Dun 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 dun. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's going on? Oh, the auto leveling camera is so good. It's so good. Give me my feet. Excellent. What's up? Oh, there we go. There we go. Is Wednesday, my dudes. Mume D loading. What am I? Did it explode? The stream die? Oh, I see. I see. Very good. Very good. Well done. What is this? This is not Suika. The cult is gonna come for you. Listen, that's a Tuesday kind of game, the Variety Day game. Speaking of Variety Day, mix it up. Chatty. My computer decided that it wanted to restart entirely yesterday when I updated my graphics. That's right, 2 games on Tuesdays. Precisely. There we go. I have all of that loaded up, I hope. Hopefully. Hopefully loaded up. What's up? 404. Mume Moomers not found. We'll never be able to build a real Mume. It is what it is. Oh god. I've got the leaky chess piece. I just have to shift around. I can't move forward. My Moomers start bopping out, bruh. No! Yeah. The Moomers gotta stay intact. And not clipping through for some reason. It don't make no sense. It's funny because when you turn, nothing happens. Ah, Wednesday. Today, too warm for comfort. Last 3 days was great. Very nice, calm, riveting, relaxing. Today, too hot. Too warm. I'm pissed off. Clips my moomers. You can't do that. Mods, delete the moomer clip. Delete the moomer clip. Banger song. Juvie requested to join. No mods? We free? Well, Shui's here somewhere in the lurks. He's crypt lurking. No riots allowed! Don't make me become a dictator. Put your torches down! Oh! And they're dead. Sniped from a distance. What do you... Yo, y'all better be careful what you're doing. Hello! Bonsoir, Mr. Juva. There we go. Just have to make sure you exist in the audio world, although you're not saying anything. I don't think.
Hello?
Hello!
Hi.
How are you today, Mr. Juvie?
I am
You are okay?
okay. Yeah, I'm a bit sad because I ordered from McDonald's because
Uh-oh.
Burger King isn't on Lieferando anymore. And yesterday, when I played Elden Ring with Yuland, we were in Yuland's Discord,
Uh-huh.
and someone joined, and he said he was only using his microwave to like make food. So he said he makes microwave burgers, and I think even those tasted better than the shit I got today.
Oh, man. Mr. Juvie, it's McDonald's. Haven't you learned from my stories that McDonald's is just not the way to go?
Yeah, but it's European McDonald's, and I expected better.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I don't think the stuff is quality, like bad quality, but just the burger's bad. I don't like their sauce, I guess.
You should go back and complain.
Not so much effort.
That's fair.
I mean, I got a chocolate milkshake with it, so that was nice.
Well, how do you know it's not so bad there if you didn't have it? H-Brown said...
That's the only thing that doesn't. Oh.
No, go ahead.
And the only thing that doesn't seem to be true here is like milkshake ice machine always like works.
Oh. Well, that's, yeah, you know, America is... Nothing works in America. That's why we have our high fructose corn syrup Coca-Cola. What do you do my hair?
Yeah, that video was fun.
Hi, Dixitone. H-Run said, to be fair, McDonald's is pretty good here, but then he said he never had McDonald's here. So that doesn't make sense. Well, not here, but in Germany.
How said that?
H-Brown.
It's fun, okay.
私がアカウントなんて持ったら
Burger King,
Huh?
because I like Burger King.
What'd you say?
I'm saying I'm biased with Burger King.
Well, Burger King's just pretty good in general. It's not like top of the line. In Europe, it's pretty good. Can you like replug your sound card? When you start talking, it's like muffled, and then it comes back to normal. You guys hear that too, or is it just me? It starts off speaking, and then it's just like, and then you can hear him. What? He's dead. He just died. Wait, he really did. He's not in the world anymore. He's completely gone from VRChat. It like insta-logged him out. Bro, they killed him. Oh my god, I see what he did. Jesus Christ. Oh, I am the darkness. Who'd you kill? I didn't kill anyone. I just stole everyone's favorite spoon. You guys have a favorite? You guys have a favorite spoon? Oh, sorry about that. I move forward again. I didn't kill you guys. Yo, some Louie. Whoa, I didn't do that. I didn't kill any of you. Don't what? I didn't kill anybody. Unless you're talking about the spoons. Yeah, I stole those for sure. Without a doubt, I stole everyone's favorite spoon. I feel like everybody has a favorite spoon, even if they don't know it. There's like a spoon you gravitate towards, right? We have practically all the spoons are exactly the same, but there are 3 different pairs of spoons, and one of those 3 is my favorite. I love that spoon. Spoon these nuts! Whoa! Like, cup them? How's it going? Pretty good. I'm talking about how I stole everyone's spoons. Man, I really like this face. This is the same face. I can't believe that. How'd you guys even know? It doesn't look like the same face. I think it's just because the eyes are so close. See, this is what I mean. Some avatar bases, everybody in the world uses. Like, I could barely tell this is a Kikyo base. I'm your favorite spoon. I'm not a spoon. You like teaspoons, head shape, and eyelashes? Oh, you know what? Yeah. The slightly closed eyes, the eyelashes. That's true. Those were replaced. I don't know about the face. I don't know. Maybe. God damn. I wish I could pick up all this hair. That is a forehead and a half, bro. Look at that. Look how much forehead. I'm the little spoon. Well, that's not true. That I can prove wrong. But Faust is asleep, so you're gonna have to wait. I'm too big to be a little spoon. Yeah. So take that. Psh. Old man dab. It's big brain forehead. I don't have nothing. No wonder you steal them. What do you mean? Okay, that's a funny story. My dad was told he needs to cut down on sugar. Way before it was like a medical thing. We told him he needs to cut down on sugar. And so he was like, okay, I will cut down here on sugar. And then you listen to me, okay? And then a few weeks later, we noticed something, okay? We noticed something. And I'm like, we have a drawer with all of our utensils for the kitchen. We got our forks. All of the forks, small or big, are in the same little slot. Spoons are the big spoons, tablespoons and all that. They are in their own slot. And then there's the knives, and then more knives. We have the, butter knives, and we have the shot killer knife. I mean, meat cutting knives and steak. And then all the way on the top side, on the top, section, is, they're the teaspoons and whatever, is for the zucker. Okay? What the hell is this? What are you doing? Oh wait, does it even work? Is it working? No, of course not. No, of course not. LOL. LOL. My raid alert did not work. What a surprise. What a freaking surprise. I mean, it worked, but it didn't at the same time. Thank you guys for stopping by and yelling for the raid. You guys also can't hear that one. But GG, Doug, thank you for the raid as well. Thanks, guys, for all the raids. Oh, you want me to sing it? Okay, baby, you know I got you. I will never stop you. I never stop you, cause you know I'm crazy, crazy for your baby, and you have to know every. Okay. Thank you guys for the raids. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Everyone have a good stream? What's gaming? What's up? What's up? Hey, what's up? Hey.
love raccoons.
Hey, what's up? What happened? Bit weary, thank you for the follow. Hi. Hey everyone. Happy Wednesday. I have to say, I don't think it fixed the predicament that you are in. What's up? Back to scuffed audio, because yesterday my computer, all of it exploded, and by exploded I mean I had a graphics update, and then it like
Sugar
fully.
mommy?
Hi.
I want a sugar mommy.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Where was
That's
I?
weird, cause like when I tested it on Discord, it worked really well.
The cum beast.
The cum beast.
How many times did I just slip today?
What?
How?
The
How
cum
many
beast.
times?
You're nailing it, GG.
I'm not nailing it. This is the problem. I'm like, I'm zoning in and out at the same time. The lack of sleep. No, this is not me. That's just the lack of sleep.
I say that a lot too. The lack of sleep.
Lack of sleep. It's a lack of sleep.
What is going on?
It's
You
the
hear their
lack of
clips
sleep.
even though you don't see them. I don't know why. Because I have that function disabled. Everywhere. It's gone. But it still happens. Hi, sorry. I must look schizo as shit to you. Yeah, so the problem was that you were talking, but it was like muffled and quiet. But now it seems to be good. I can hear you now.
I mean, I'm on my headset mic now instead of my
Your microphone.
headset mic.
Oh. Oh. What?
What?
Why are you twisting my nips? I have
Hey,
phantom
not-
sense there.
Really?
No.
Good.
We don't hear alerts, but we hear clips and we don't see.
shit.
You're not What have you done to me?
Oh my god.
You've pancaked me. Stop looking at my booba void. I can't be safe anywhere near you. That's it. This is a Nanashi Mume stream from now on.
Alright, let me join you.
Oh, okay. Stop looking at my void boobs. Things happen sometimes. Okay? Sometimes things happen. Oh, so you two were hanging out to oh my heavens, oh my goodness, that's a very big moomers. Oh, there we go, perfect,
Okay.
yeah. Alright, yep. Yo, Demon Shark, thanks for the follow. The iCoobers. No, that's not, no. There's hair in my, oh yeah. Oh, I could do that too, hold on. What the freak? Wow. Oh, sorry. Anyways, I need a sip of my coffee. I feel like I'm giving birth, and not really, because obviously I'm not pregnant this time around, but
This time around.
yeah.
It implies that you have been pregnant before.
Well, you know, it's just like it happens sometimes, but I had to like, okay, well, I can't be Nanashi Mume forever. This is just wrong, Mr. Juby. You fondled my breasts, and they became a void, so now I have to become the raccoon girl again. You happy with yourself?
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was possible.
No, it's cool. It's like, whatever. Take care. You as well. I hope you guys enjoyed walking. I hope your walking miles 5, at least, were immaculate, poggers, insane. Were you also walking, Mr. Juvie?
No.
Ooh. So you hate Euland, is what you're saying.
No.
How's Elden Ring going? You enjoying your time playing the Ring of Eldens?
I'm enjoying it a lot, but
Very good.
our journey so far has been
It's been rough.
so. When we came out of the tutorial area, Yulan decided it would be fun if we did go down to the swamp. I remembered in one swamp somewhere there was a dragon. I wasn't sure anymore if it was a swamp right at the start.
Right. Yeah.
We went down and figured out it was.
Yep.
I
Yep.
get roasted. Literally, by the dragon. Yulan managed to escape.
Nice.
Yeah. Then we went back down there again. Cleared out the encampment of zombies. You didn't open the chest and he was gone. I think you said so in your set already.
Yeah.
But he activated the teleportation trip and I decided to follow him. Because, like, we play together.
Naturally.
And yeah. So, yeah. Then we killed some of the crystal guys and then we were wondering what hit us the whole time. Like, where were the shots coming from?
Right.
Saw on the side like these worm thingy man thingies that were shooting homing missiles.
Yeah. The cum missiles. Yeah.
And then, at least for like 15 or 20 minutes, we went farther and farther in to the cave. And we didn't know we went in farther. We thought we were on our way out.
The cum missiles.
Until
From Elden
we
Ring.
got to a wooden barricade with a closed like gate.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And like, Yuland went AFK for a moment. I don't know why. I don't remember why.
Mm-hmm.
But I was peeking through like the gaps, and when Yuland returned, I was like, "That looks like a boss room," but I wasn't sure. So I opened the gate. There was no fog or something, and then the boss spawned.
Yep.
I tried to turn around, but there was fog wall behind me. So Yuland went in as well, and we died there and lost our souls. Then we tried the other way, and like we only needed to like walk 5 meters until we were out. And then we were like in the far northeast of the map, and I was like, "Shit, how do we get away?" But luckily we couldn't. We could teleport away finally.
Very good. Very good.
That was our start.
Yeah.
Then we got back to the entrance area of the tutorial, and I was like, "Let's go back down there." And I was like, "No, I don't want to. We have a perfectly fine forest up here with easy enemies if we dodge the rider guy." So yeah, we went that way, and then went to the gate encampment, and then went up to the castle, and then finally we figured out how to level, or like we got cutscene again.
Yeah.
So we didn't know. So Yulin sat down on the fire first, and
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that I had to wait until he was finished with talking to, I forgot her name.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the Orb until I
Melina.
got, so I clicked talk with her, and then I just said nothing.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we went to the round table.
Round
I got
table
a
hold,
hug
very
from the
nice.
lady. That was nice.
Oh, very good. You got the nice.
I even went for a second one.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, and then we went up to Margit.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know. Like when we got out there, Yulan was like, "This place is familiar. I know what happens here." And for me, I kind of remembered this bridge, but I didn't remember what happened here.
Yeah.
So I went forward and Margit spawned. And yeah, He took out Yulen pretty fast, but because I have a bit of Dark Souls experience, I like managed to live longer. But I didn't. I don't think I got a hit in even.
Oh
Like
no.
I dodged his stuff, and then when he finally was done, okay, you know when he holds his hand up with his dump hammer and doesn't swing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that shit annoyed me.
Yeah.
Anyway, because I was expecting him to hit, I wasn't attacking, I was holding my shield.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just destroyed me. And then we went to the Weapon Master, then Yuland asked you in chat with the Ashes of War stuff, and then we ended for that day.
Nice. I did hear you made it to Caelid for a bit.
Yeah, yesterday. We did it on the second day.
Mm-hmm.
So we went further there, we went to the area where the marina is, the ghost
Oh,
boat
okay.
man,
Yeah.
and we killed him on the second try.
Nice.
Yeah. Then we went to the church with the Tarnished Killer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
With like where there's a grace inside and you went in and
Oh, the Church of
it spawns
America,
behind
yeah.
you.
The one where I rolled it. Yeah. I rolled it because it was solo play, but obviously it scales a
Yeah.
lot with the mod.
Yeah. We got it first time, like it was
Mm-hmm.
like she just went for you and I just kept backstabbing her.
Jesus. What do you? Yulen's the tank?
I mean he has a tower shield. He actually apparently has two. I don't have one.
Oh.
No enemy has yet. I have yet to get a weapon drop from an enemy.
Oh, damn.
And Yulen got when we teleported to the tower of the undead killer guy, right?
Yeah.
There's like a hose thing. Like we went to the side and killed two enemies.
Mm-hmm.
The first enemy, of course, instantly dropped his weapon to Yulen.
Naturally.
Yeah. So the whole game, Yulen got like he keeps getting weapons and stuff, and then tower shields and I'm lost. I get 2 pieces of armor of Gothic soldiers.
Hello, egg fruit.
I got the breastplate and the helmet
What's going
of
on?
Gothic soldiers,
Mm-hmm.
and a shield of them, like a tri-corner shield.
Nice.
Yeah, and then he got a tower shield, and then apparently he got another tower shield he doesn't even have the stats for yet. Yeah.
Doing all right. Good to hear.
We are in a castle right now. I forgot the name.
Oh, you're in the fortress with the birds and the all that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was a giant in front of it with like a giant with a bow.
Nice. Yeah.
And he shot at Yuland, and I was thinking about like in Dark Souls 3, right?
Uh-huh.
You can talk to a giant like to not shoot at you anymore, right? I
Yeah.
thought maybe it was like that, so I went to the side and looked for another tower to maybe go out and talk to someone, but Yuland straight went for him. And when the giant was halfway down, I joined him and fought with him. I even got the last hit in this. Then the giant was down, and the unit was like, "Where are you even? Are you coming?" And I was standing right next to him. Holy shit, man. I was a bit dumb.
Oh, the war radio. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's fun. It's really fun.
Yeah. Fausto wants to play again, but he wants to do like a bunch of different mods, and I'm like, we could do that. We might just do that while you guys play through Elden Ring, and then when you guys are done, we'll do the Terraria stuff. If you guys are down to do the modded Terraria stuff.
Okay.
Well, we can't
I
do
I
a.
am down, but I'm not sure how long we will take.
Oh, I mean, take your time. It's a very enjoyable
I
game.
thought if... Okay. Yeah, it is.
It took Fausto about.
I thought we would
You want to play like both?
play
Well,
Terraria on the weekends.
we could. Oh, you guys not playing Elden Ring on the weekends? It's just that like you know what happens when Fausto gets really into a game, right? Remember what happened with Core Keeper?
Yeah.
So if you have to go to bed, I don't want to progress without you. And then Fausto will be like, yeah, but what if we just do this one thing that won't matter? And I'm like, but it will matter because Yuland and Juvie didn't get to be there to be there for it. He's like, well, what if we just fish? I'm like, well, we could fish, but like, what if we fish and find something insane, and then Yul and Juvie didn't get to see us, like. And that's why I'm with Core Keeper. He's like, what if we just built something? I was like, yeah, we could build something. I guess they won't mind. It's just like, we have to have a set pace for everything.
Yeah.
I'm easily manipulated. If you told me to put on handcuffs because it would be funny, I'd probably do it. And if you told me to then jump in water with the handcuffs, I would actually be able to swim. I wouldn't drown.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very good for you.
Thank you. Yeah. It was actually part of my practice training.
I feel safe to have you near the water.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah. You can
don't
also,
have to rescue me if I fall into water, right?
I could. I could do that. Yes.
That's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, part of my training for a lifeguard was holding the equivalent of the weight of a person and more on my back while swimming. Well, actually, it was more of someone heavier than me and having to swim back. It was rough. I remember I wanted to puke after that training day. It was bad.
Damn.
Yeah. It's like when you don't exercise a lot and then you do, finally, it's just like, wow, you want to vomit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So right now, if I don't play with you, then I'm playing Craftopia, right?
Craftopia, nice.
And it has different ages you have to advance.
Returns.
And
Oh, next month?
advance
Wow.
Like materials.
Huge.
Higher ages, advanced.
What's up, Johan?
Spawned in later
You can't take my PP.
areas. And I reached the age I have an assault rifle now.
Oh my god, I didn't know you could have those in there.
Yeah. There's a
9
product,
days.
that sells biplanes.
What? Technology's crazy, Mr. Juvie.
Yes. So right now, I don't even remember how my age is called. But
Yeah, the old Risk of Rain remake
I'm
is
in the
releasing next
last-
month.
the second to last.
On the 8th.
Age that's
November
in the game
8th.
Now.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, remember, but the next age would be the age of science,
Uh-huh.
which I guess would be our time.
Is it gonna be multiplayer, by the way? I don't
now,
remember.
World War II area, I would assume,
Mm-hmm.
with technology.
Wow.
Science, and then what's not in the game is Age of Gods.
Time to save money. Hell yeah.
It's actually quite fun, but certainly, like, a lot of items still have no description.
Oh yeah.
Like it said, it's description says work in progress.
It has to be multiplayer? That's what I
Some
thought, but I
skills
just
and
had to
skill
make
trees
sure.
Are still work in progress. Some times you find items that have like Japanese in the name.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so
But
either.
not like
But who knows,
all the stuff that's like up to that point is
With how games are lately,
in
I
English.
wouldn't be surprised.
And it's not too badly translated.
Do you intend on getting the new Risk of Rain? Or, well, the old new Risk of Rain? On the 8th of November?
The side scroller Risk of Rain?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably not. What if I'm like, Mr. Juvie, let's play old Risk of Rain new?
It has the multiplayer?
Well, I would think it's multiplayer. If it's not, that's kind of sad.
I mean, I don't think Risk of Rain will run with multiplayer.
But, like, they can update it. Like, they're completely remaking
There's
it.
like
yeah.
very. How would you.
Well, you've never played, like, a co-op
Like
side-scroller?
I don't think so.
Really?
I mean, the new Super Mario thing looks like it sucks.
It is multiplayer. It always has been.
Really?
Rouge and Delusion, what's up?
Risk of Rain 1.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't particularly remember if it was or wasn't, but if Shuey says it was, then Shuey's right.
I mean, what multiplayer side scroller did you play?
I would have to think about it, but I've definitely played some. Terraria.
That's not a side scroller. A side
Okay, that's
scroller is
fair.
for me. You go into a level,
Well, hold on, Juvie, because it's on the side and it
not a
scrolls.
map. It's an open world.
Well, it's an open world side scroller.
It doesn't count.
It's up to 10 people, Mr. Juvie. 10.
The old Risk of Rain without mods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shin! Hi, Shin! Shin! You just don't have faith in side scrollers. I am convinced you have no faith in side scrollers and their multiplayer capabilities. You've never played like not Castle Crashers. There's a game I can't remember its name off the top of my head at this current time. Similar to Castle
With like
Crashers.
the small knights.
Well, it has like a similar style, but it's a side scroller. They have top hats.
Actually, oh
Help.
god, I was wrong. I played one with my brother.
Oh, what is it?
A side scroller thingy. I can't remember the name, but I think it's the one with the heads.
Yeah, BattleBox Theater. That one. That
oh,
one.
Yeah. I think
That's the one.
Battlebox Theater.
See?
I mean,
Side scroller.
I could have looked in my Steam inventory and remember the name. Because there's all the heads.
Thank you, Juice of Sour.
Yeah, Battleblock Theater was good.
It was a very good game, very enjoyable,
Yeah, true. Okay, I take back what I said earlier.
very good, very nice. Yeah, that's a really fun game. I'm wondering like if it'll play the same way, Risk of Rain 1 remastered multiplayer, because they're saying it was janky, the multiplayer. Foul play. Sorry, oh, it's Battle Block Theater, not Battle Box. But yeah, I mean that's the game. Oh, it was such a fun game. I kind of want to play it again.
Me too.
Nice. Well, in the event that I don't get Risk of Rain for some reason, I'm just gonna be like, yo, Juvie, let's play Battle Block.
Yeah, talking about that, I saw.
No, you do not want a heavy rain with all the
Pummel
bugs.
Party got new maps
John!
and great new games.
I really want to play Pummel Party. I think maybe after Star Wars this Saturday, I might just be like, yo, you guys want to play Pummel Party and see who stays?
Mm. Yeah,
I've been thinking about it. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I kind of want to also stream on Saturday and just see how it goes. But it'll be a short one because it'll be like from 1 to 4.
I mean,
Because then we have Star Wars.
Yeah, I was about to say we would stop for Star Wars anyway, right?
Yeah, it'd be like a 3-hour stream. Or I could just start at 12.
Is that the Phantom Menace next now?
Yeah,
I
it's
kind of
Phantom
missed
Menace.
that Last time.
Yeah,
You
you
guys.
missed episode 6.
You guys. That was so sad, man.
Well, it's because the first day or the first time we watched the movie, we only watched 3 so far, and the first or the fourth one, technically it's the first, but it's the fourth, was on a Saturday at 4. But then Fusion was out of town on the Saturday, so he was still out of town on Sunday technically until he got home, and he was like, "All right, we're gonna watch on Sunday." So then we watched on Sunday, and then now it's back on Saturdays. So you missed it unfortunately on Saturday, but now we're gonna go back to Saturdays for good, unless he's out of town again. John.
Some days work way better for me, but I assume it's better for everyone else.
Actually, I don't know. I don't mind either day, because I don't do anything on the weekend except for poop. I poop on the weekends. Do like twice, you know.
Yeah, I do that every day.
Yeah, me too. For the most part, you know,
I
sometimes.
mean, not twice, but I at least poop
What-
once a day.
Well, no, twice, because you know, one day of each of
Yeah,
weekends.
I understood.
Yeah.
But I at least poop once a day.
Sometimes on a bad day, I might poop twice.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's just like, man, that sucks.
Yesterday while we played Elden Ring, I got stomach
Oh no. You had to
problems.
poop
I had to run to the toilet twice, and
twice.
then yeah.
And then you have a McDonald's burger today?
I mean, it got better. Like after the second time pooping, it was gone,
Mr. Juvie.
and today was fine. I have to say, Goyo,
Yeah.
I didn't finish the burgers. I'm going to throw some away.
I mean, that's sad, but I mean, what can you do? If it's a mid burger, like, you don't want to forcibly eat them. I mean, I just...
Not mid. I would have eaten a mid burger.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a shit burger.
Oh. Damn. That's quite sad, Mr. Juvie, I have to say.
It is.
It's very
I tried to
disappointing.
pimp it, but it's unsavable.
All you with your sipping emotes.
Delusion. He was a Newton chat as well. What a nice name.
Rouge Delusion. Such a nice name. I would shave his head. No, I'm kidding. Actually, I would think about it.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's it?
I would think about it.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I steal people's spoons on the regular. What are you so zoomed in for?
Zoomed in?
Hey, zoomed into me. What'd you do that for?
I did boop your nose.
Oh, thank you. Look, I shaved his head. He's bald now. Boom. Just like that.
Not too bad.
I wish I had the ability to, like, freeze time. Not like Zawaru, though, but, like, the entire world is just frozen. Or like, put me in a bubble, and, like, while I'm in that bubble, like, time is frozen around me. Maybe just a room. You know when there's, like... Oh.
Oh god.
Yeah, sorry, I was sipping on my coffee. Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm back. Hello.
Your friends and family will slowly get older while you stay the same.
Well, what if it was more like I freeze time, but it's just in a select environment. So like, I can't do it outside, but I can do it inside. Anywhere where there are walls, so that a room is frozen in time.
I mean, still same. Like everyone outside of that edges, right? Or what do you mean?
Well, I wouldn't
You
mind
mean
that.
the
Like,
do you mean the time outside the room is stopped or inside?
no, just inside, because like, I don't want to freeze everyone's
So
time.
you would be stopped and everyone else, like, time for you would be stopped. But you still could do stuff.
Yeah.
So everyone would age and you not.
Well, I would still age.
And what's the point of stopping the time?
Well, it's just 'cause, you know, like, I don't know. Well, you want to stop time?
For
Like,
what?
it would be... What do you mean?
What would that... If everything still goes on while you're inside, and you also age, like nothing changes.
Well, no, because time stops in my room.
Yeah, but... What?
Well, because, like, if time stops in my room, then it's like nothing's moving in time in my room. So if anything enters my room, time is stopped for them.
Wait, so your PC would be stopped. What are you doing?
I just wanted to see how you would react.
There's a lot of plot holes with your time
Well,
stop.
there are no flaws in this, Juvie. I just want time to stop in my room.
The whole thing is a flaw.
No, it's not. You wouldn't stop time in your room?
It makes no sense. For what purpose?
What do you mean?
What do you know what I mean?
I can sleep, and then if, like, you know, I can sleep and it'll be fine.
But if the time outside goes on, it makes no sense.
Stop, my stomach cannot take laughing.
But try to make some sense, man. Either the outside of you isn't moving, or you don't age inside. Pick one.
I do age inside. It's frozen in my room and I
The
age.
outside is stop.
No.
But it makes no. It has no benefit for you.
The benefit is time is frozen in my room. Stop, all 4 of my cheeks hurt. You just don't get it, right? You're not a time traveler.
I don't get it, because it makes no sense.
It makes a lot of sense. You got the room, the time is frozen in the room.
And then?
That's it, time's frozen. What do you mean?
It makes no sense.
Why? The TARDIS? What if the TARDIS just froze time, but only in the TARDIS?
Yeah, either you're frozen with it or you don't. If you're frozen with the time, all your friends and family outside age, while you don't.
Well, what? I don't want to be. I don't want to be frozen in time. That doesn't make sense.
But then the outside has to be.
No, it doesn't make sense because if the outside's frozen, but I'm not frozen, then what's the point?
I don't know, you could read, you could learn, use your time to do something.
Hi, Joanne. We can't read. What? Okay, well, what if you have the ability to stop time, but you also get stopped with that stop time, and the only way to like fix it is
I would never use it.
Well, okay, that's fair.
I mean, maybe if someone asks me something and I need some time to think, I would use it for a moment. But otherwise,
Well, you can't unfreeze yourself. How are you gonna do that?
What do you mean? So once you stop time, it's over.
That's it.
The wish is over.
That's it.
That's so dumb. But I would use it. That makes no damn sense.
Well, that makes way more sense than anything else. Well, no, I agree. Actually, you're right. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I just want it to be in my room. Time freezes in my room, but I don't freeze with it.
What is the benefit for you?
The benefit is time stops in my room.
There's no dust falling down on
Yes, I don't have to clean my room anymore. Exactly.
Right.
You see?
Absolute peak purpose.
Most pointless powerless. It's not pointless. That'd be really funny though. It's like you have the power of super speed, but your legs fall off if you like run too fast.
Time stop is a really dumb power anyway. Like.
Whoa!
Cause. If everything but you stops, then you couldn't even go and play computer because it stop. You know. Like if you touch it, like if you say if what you touch keeps working,
Uh-huh.
then you touch your computer and it goes out because there's no energy from outside.
Well, what if it only freezes human beings? So like everyone else is frozen, but everything goes on. Everything else goes on.
Okay, yeah, every person on the plane would fucking crash and die.
What do you mean? They're just frozen. They don't age. They're just frozen in time.
You said if people are frozen, but if everything else is moving, the plates are going to crash. Fucking energy, like.
What if you can
Some
freeze
energy.
time, right? But it's just a bubble, and that bubble is like a radius of like 50 miles, not up, not upwards, so that the planes don't freeze.
Everything outside of that bubble is frozen.
Yeah. No, inside the bubble.
So you would go on your day, then you would try to call a friend, but he's frozen in time, and you get.
Well, then you
That's
can
why
just
I'm trying to
unfreeze
go
time.
for it. Come on, he's fucking frozen in time. No, you're not.
You think
you're not,
time travel's
the time
stupid.
freezer. Time travel. No, time travel.
Oh.
No.
You don't like the ability to
Stop.
freeze time? What if you could just manipulate all time and space?
The problem with time stopping is there's too much stuff going on in the world that it would most likely there would be a catastrophe because of it.
Way too
In
dank.
any shape, way, or form, or the person stopping the time would slowly age more than other people and then die early.
I just feel like you don't really understand the premise of how cool, stopping time is.
You're perfect.
What?
You get me. That's the only thing I can think of that can be useful for time stop.
Being perverted.
Mm-hmm.
No, you were invisible for that.
Yeah, but besides reading and maybe you build something, I guess, if you're a builder, inventor. I mean, you could say time stops for everyone else and you don't age. Then you could learn. Oh god. I'm not sure if I want to argue against you, Lind.
No,
If you
yeah,
argue
honestly.
against me, I stop, okay?
Why? What's wrong? You don't like the argument? It's just politics, Juvie.
No. I feel like I always lose against you, Lind, so...
What do you mean you lose against Yuland?
He always thinks of something that I forgot and then
He
I
just
don't want
doesn't get it.
Alright,
And I'm
come
getting.
on. Let's go.
Where are we going?
It's time. You've been here an hour.
A moment apart. I mean, I have been. Wait, has it
Feel
really
like
been
it?
an hour? Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
But hold on, before we go,
Go.
wait, you have to. We still have. Listen, we've got 3 minutes, Yuland. We're talking about stopping time, and he says that it's no good.
The portal's not gonna last 3 minutes. Come on.
Well, you can't just. Juvie, I'm being yoinked. Help. Damn it. You guys agree with me, right? Right? You guys just don't even get it. I have no control over Spotify right now, it seems, so let me go over here and do that here. The darkness. I wouldn't mind having, like, the ability to stop time and, like... Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I've decided that instead I would just stop time and, like, I would chill and just, like, sleep. And then, like, unstop time. So, like, no one's aging, everyone's
If you
frozen in
don't-
time.
If you don't age as well, it's actually good. Good use.
Yeah. I would just do it so I can get a few more hours of sleep.
Mm. Mm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stopping. I mean, it's a pretty good. I would like that.
Yeah, me too.
That would be great superpower.
You close
But
VR
the
chat.
question is, how long? Like, if I'm awake longer than 16 hours, I'm starting to get real tired now. So, how much do you sleep, or like, do you sleep in like intervals? So, like, after every 12 hours for 4 hours or something?
Wait, hold on. What do you mean?
Like, I mean, technically, yeah, you don't, no, I mean, it doesn't matter because you can stop time whenever.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. You can just sleep however much you want, then like do something and sleep again if you really wanted to. You can unfreeze time when you're awake.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about you to like make a schedule, but you don't need to.
Yeah, not
You
really.
just stop time and sleep when you're tired. Is Human so slow in downloading?
Funny you say that. Turns out he dropped the portal and then closed VRChat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, let's enjoy the world then.
So just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Okay.
Hey, I know this guy.
Story of the Russian cosmonaut.
Do you know this guy?
So he goes
Odessa?
up in this big spaceship.
Yeah, Odessa.
and he's
Sounds
got
familiar.
This portal window. and
Certainly
he's
heard the
looking
name before.
at it,
Yeah,
and
me
he
too.
sees the curvature of the Earth. First time.
Mochi.
And all of a sudden, this
Man, Mochi
strange
sounds really good right about now.
ticking begins coming out of the dashboard.
Clock
I
stoppers.
only had green tea mochi before and...
Can't stop it.
No,
It
wait.
keeps going.
No, yes. No,
4
not
hours
quite.
into this.
I had green tea mochi ice cream and it didn't taste that good.
What? I've never had green tea mochi. I should try it.
The cosmonaut decides
I mean, I don't know how traditional it is, to be fair, you know.
That is fair.
to fall in
It was
love
like,
with them.
Honey
finished
wee wee.
product. Wee wee.
Whoa!
Okay.
Should be this planet Earth. Needs more sand.
Okay, I don't know why, but I got a weird feeling in my feet.
Just a normal Wednesday, ascending through reality.
This is what I meant people would see when they were tripping on drugs. Oh.
Oh. Satellite.
Do we go?
Do you like satellites? Would you live on one?
I mean, not on one of today's age.
That's fair.
If you had like normal comfort on it, I would like. If you don't need astronaut food or you have gravity and stuff, I would.
Yeah. You would live on a satellite?
Right now, I wouldn't. Like we went on the ISS on a PSF recently.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be up there right now.
That is fair. I could see that.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for astronauts. Certainly.
It's a lot of training.
And not only that, I think the worst part is when you're up there for like 3 months or whatever, however long it does stay.
Yeah.
Years, I don't know.
I think it's months, like 8 or 9.
It's crazy. I don't know, I thought there was an exchange in between months as well.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good song. Use a metal pipe. Oh god!
Holy shit. We would be dead right now.
Planetary.
Thing that costs time. Goodbye, satellite.
So long. It enters the rift.
God.
That's some pretty good timing.
Doesn't have to be white.
This version of you simply becomes
Look
real.
at you, so I don't see so much more.
But the text, Juvie.
We just probably it's
You're
too
right
big west for
here
me.
with this
Oh, great.
version of you. To see things as they really are. This version of you looking at you. You looking back. This version of you welcoming you. This version of you saying yes.
It is quite bright, I must say.
I'd like you to imagine this version of you.
Well, there you go. We're free now. Wow. Oh god. Fallout. That's his logo.
War never changes. It's an E20.
War. Nice. Pretty good world. Pretty good track.
Still going?
You know, I don't remember.
Remember? Were you here before?
Oh no, but I know the song.
Oh, that's what you mean. There's a light behind us, Koyo.
It's a reset button, Mr. Juby. It's Jover.
Was there before?
Don't think so. We're here now. We're the last alive on planet Earth.
Oh. How? That's unfortunate.
Nah, that means we can like steal stuff and it wouldn't be stealing anymore.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything, but we seem to be in the middle of wilderness.
Well, surely there's a way back home somewhere. Probably. Are you good at mountain climbing?
No.
Yeah, this is kind of rough. I don't even have. I'm in socks, so like. I'd have to be a hobbit and like barefoot climb the rocks, the sharp pointy rocks at this point.
My tits are too big, I can't see my feet.
I see. I see.
I mean, I don't. Do I have shoes on?
Well, you do, but I mean, they're not exactly ideal for mountain climbing. You've got heels and stuff, so.
No, that's the thing, I would be pretty cool in this building.
But personally, I think it's pretty good. Like the area seems like relatively cold and warm at the same time.
I mean, it's always got a mountain. You clearly can see the snow.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a big deal. We just gotta be fast about climbing then. We have to find civilization. Or what's left of it, I guess.
And also there's pine trees, which suggests a colder climate.
Well, I like colder climate. It's too warm today, you know? What would Sid Meier's do? Sid Meier.
I mean, you only need 3 people. I mean, technically you only need 1 person and suddenly you have a city.
Very good. Then I will make a city.
We just need a donkey with a saddle tag and then the 2 of us can make a city.
Where are we gonna get a donkey with a saddlebag? Everything's dead.
Maybe there's some enemies left, we don't know.
It's okay, Mr. Juvie.
If we stood in somewhere like this in today's age, we probably also would have a hard time with spotting animals.
Mr. Juvie, I will become the donkey.
Because of binoculars. Oh, okay. Oops. Well, you're completely dark.
私がアカウントなんて持ったら
You don't have any fitness. Except on your screens.
Man, Hololive's awesome for this one. Oh god. Let's go, Mr. Juvie. We will find a way out of here. Oh, I see. I have you in my hand. Return to Moria. Oh, I did see that. Did you see that, Juvie?
I had it favorite for a long time.
Oh, nice.
I actually found it on Epic Games before, but I'm not sure because the last new Lord of the Rings game was Gallo. And I didn't much know how that went.
Yeah. Seems good though. I mean, it's literally your kind of game. You're a dwarf and you do some mining in Moria.
I mean, if it isn't riddled with bugs and stuff, I would get it. No questions.
That is fair. That is fair.
But if it's a buggy, unfinished mess, then
Oh, jeez.
I won't get that on release.
Where'd you go? Oh.
Get a different seat.
Got food. You're supposed to starve. Don't worry, Juvie, we're on our way. Somewhere. I can see the mountains. When do you think it's gonna blockade us and not let us progress further?
I mean, we might be able to go over the mountain and then there's the void.
Ah. I have a feeling these mountains aren't real, Mr. Juvie.
Oh yeah, there's the void already.
Oh! Well, Mr. Juvie, As it turns out, we are. This is the wrong avatar. We've got to get out of here, Juvie. It's not an abomination. I have space in my sleeves.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. We gotta go somewhere else, Mr. Juvie. Yeah, I clicked the wrong button. We'll stay here, but I need to reload it because that was a public world. We don't want to be there. What do you binocular? Oh, that's right. This avatar loads in with no. Yeah, I remember now. I remember. Alright, well. Spookality world. Huh? Can you guys even see this? No. Oh yeah, you can. Hi.
Oh. Oh. You got wings.
I have wings? Oh my god. I'm evil.
Demo.
Chicken. Whoa. I have a dark aura, Mr.
How do you...
Hi. Ow! Oh! What? Ow! Stop! Quit shooting me!
You stop moving. Hey man.
Hi. He'll never get me from here. Hey, quit firing! Stop! No! I don't know what's happening here. We have to figure out what's going on in the world, Mr. Juvie. Damn, that like made you explode. That was crazy. Sorry, man. I don't know what's going on here.
I think it's a game.
It looks like it's just
Fighting
tag.
Tag?
Well, like you freeze me and you run.
Oh, I see. I understand now. Yeah. I see. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh. Oh. What?
Oh, okay. The game started. Can you hear me, Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'm a runner? Or are you a runner?
I don't know.
It's like slightly overpowered.
Oh! I think there's a chain you have to grab or something, Mr. Shuvi. I'm not sure. You can, like, imprison me. Or do I imprison you?
No, I missed.
Ha 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 ha!
I'm in prison.
Yeah, that's basically what the game is. Well,
I mean, seems fun.
yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't 2 people, this would be really fun. Wings eat the camera? Yeah, no surprise there. Of course they... Ow! Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, quit it!
Sorry. Okay.
Now you're
I
dead.
Have, you have invincibility frames after I shot you.
I definitely feel like the demons are a little bit overpowered.
Yeah, certainly.
Just a little
I mean,
bit.
if you have one demon on, like, leave them.
Alright, well.
Gotcha.
Ow! I was adjusting my... Back away. Oh, wait.
You can't shoot.
You broke my crossbow.
I did.
Drr, drr, drr.
We'll never come back. Wait, you got a speed boost as well?
Yeah.
This is so overpowered, what the fuck?
Alright, we're going to a hotel, Mr. Juvie.
Hotel? Huh?
Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
No hurry. Alright.
Trying to think of a good, like, angle. It's a little difficult without smacking into something. I need more bullets.
Is that clear?
Hello?
I'm stuck. Hello?
You have to accept the thingy.
There's no thingy.
What do you mean?
What thingy?
What? What? Well, I don't know.
Wait. I spawned in the hallway, Koyo.
You're in the hallway. Hold on, I can't fix it. I have to fix my camera angle. You spawn in the hallway.
Yeah, I can't move. And if I press respawn, Can I just reload into the world? Without
Maybe.
being invite?
That could work. Perhaps.
How do I do that?
I think you just open your world menu and then click the thing like rejoin or something.
Return.
Oh, Leafons.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to the to the hotel.
Housekeeper in Otis Hotel. I don't want to have the maid costume for no reason, because I am disgusted.
Okay.
He's here.
Oh.
Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna shave my head at this point. Ugh.
I will join in VR after I eat my dinner and test some stuff. My whole PC might explode, but I think it's working.
What do you have for dinner?
chicken. Jamaican jerk.
Chicken.
spicy. Chicken.
The door's closed. Be careful. Don't.
How do I do the flying camera again?
Camera. In the camera, and then you go.
Oh, flying.
It doesn't show on desktop. Never mind.
I just needed to angle it in a way in which... Yeah, this is good. Nice. Coffee, cheese, Cheetos, chicken.
What the hell?
What? Germa. 985.
Your boobs look nice in this model, just saying. Good boobs. Very nice boobs.
I mean, look at this.
Put him back! This is defilement. They kind of flop out. I think we're just gonna go back to raccoon. This is like a variation I would like the actual avatar to look like though. I just like the eyes. But yeah, they floop flop
Yeah, I mean,
outside the crevices.
Yeah, the eye is like in a half blink mode, so it looks cool.
Yeah. It's just like me for real. I just decide what angle's better here.
Tidy the rooms. Keep the doors closed. Beware of the mirrors. Don't dope the guest. Oh, this goody. Surely nothing can go wrong, or anything weird could happen. Juvie.
Surely.
It's just a normal
Surely.
map. What do you guys...
Surely.
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 Well, I'm going in.
Me when I go in.
Just go through the door.
This is some
Room service.
Scooby-Doo shit.
What do you mean? We just have to clean the rooms. How do we do that? Oh, here we go.
Wait. How do I
guys,
clean
I'm
the
locked
room,
in.
though?
Well, you can't leave until you clean the rooms.
Oh,
I
don't
don't-
know how to clean
How
it. Oh,
how
never
do I
mind.
clean it?
What do you mean? You find the
seen
pizza,
that
you
one
click the pizza
before.
box, you find you just
There's paper.
Oh,
There's
I
paper
just
on
had
the ground,
notes.
well clean it up.
but yeah, I have notes
Yeah.
on the ground. But how do I clean the note sleeve?
Oh, get up
just
close
click
and
on them.
personal. Yeah.
Oh god,
I
that's
don't know.
almost impossible to grip.
The walls are. Oh.
I have some bad news. I'm stuck in an elevator room.
I leave beyond. In
Hi,
an elevator.
Julie.
Yeah, I don't feel good about this.
I opened the door. Cause
Oh, I did
can,
it.
can
I
you say something?
cleaned it.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh great. Yeah, you want to go on the lift with me?
Pizza
Sure.
time.
Bye, Leafeons.
Wait, no!
Bye.
Ah!
You have to get in the elevator room.
I'm in the elevator.
Wh-
Okay, blue, green, or red?
Wait, what? How are you in an elevator? We're in an elevator.
I think there's more than one.
Wait a minute.
I'm going green.
Something's not right here. Okay.
She's to our left.
I'm on my own. I'm gonna piss myself.
Wait, we can still
the
hear
lights
her.
are flickering.
No, they're
Guys,
not.
The lights are flickering.
What do you mean flickering?
Let's look it for you. I also had to click. Wait, can you not go? I'm not ready yet. I didn't
Oh.
click the button.
Okay, sorry, I'll wait.
Bro, there's a lot of fucking rooms.
Oh, I think we're fine. You guys are
What happened?
I don't think the door was open for her.
What opened the door? Oh, a door.
Fuck me, dude. I was like, wow, I could meet you guys in the middle. Fucking slide through the fucking door like a ghost.
I'm cleaning this room.
This is stuck for me. Guys, there's an
Me
invisible.
too.
Guys?
Huh?
Guys. There's an
Yeah.
invisible wall here for me.
Is this angle okay or no?
Something is not right.
We mean invisible
Um,
wall.
Are you on the green floor?
There's something.
Guys, I found blood. I have to
Yeah,
clean this
on the
room here.
floor. Oh
No,
my.
there's also blood for me.
Yeah, let's clean it up.
The only thing I could go in.
Juby, I think someone's knocking. Hello?
Oh, I can
It's
get up.
okay, I
Wait.
can't grab the...
Okay, that was weird.
Hello?
Hi.
Said knocking.
Well, no one's
What
here.
the hell?
Well, now what? This room?
We keep cleaning. We got a job to do. Oh, there's blood. There's blood. And.
Oh,
Damn.
Mr. Juby, I think there's something in the window.
Oh my god, someone's walking. Oh my god.
I...
That was so strange.
What the hell?
I didn't see it
Yeah,
because
leaky.
I was still in pickup position.
Oh.
Now
Go into
what?
a room.
We keep cleaning. There's a wall.
What?
Why?
It's because you haven't progressed yet.
I don't
Oh, we're ahead of Leafeon's by one room, I think.
need it. Oh, it's okay.
That's
Wait,
how it
wait,
works?
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
okay, let's go.
Okay, I get it.
Did you clean the room?
I cleaned the wet one.
Oh,
The
nice.
lamp.
Oh, did you see the elevator grill?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, that was kind of cute.
I'm going blue.
Blue.
Oh.
Oh god!
Oh,
It looks like from, like the one from Bendy and the ink machine.
yeah, I know that game.
He looks like a spoon.
Spoon.
That's where the spoons are.
Did the floor change?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it
turned
also did
blue.
last time.
Oh.
It's a blue floor. Where the floor is
Oh.
blue.
Someone left the sink running. Man.
Green. Why is it green?
Don't look in the mirror. It's a area.
That's just a homie, Mr. That's an eyeball. Did you guys see what was clogging the sink? That's an eyeball.
Yeah,
Dead.
it's an
Ew.
eyeball.
Ooh. Oh,
Dead.
there's a guy. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like Hitman. Oh, dude, I love that game.
Yeah,
PS2.
Hitman. Do I have to clean the mirror now?
Yeah,
Or
you
the wall? No? Okay.
do you guys dare me to like spoil this eye? Maybe
Yeah.
another like.
It'd be crunchy, I feel like.
All right. Okay. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, what? You just swallowed it whole?
Yeah.
You're supposed to crunch them. You're supposed to bite into it.
I could cough it out and do it again.
No, it's...
I might
Oh,
need to like. Oh, there's a little man. Oh, he's getting closer when I turn. Oh.
oh! Oh!
Um.
Don't approach him. Don't approach him.
But he's following. He follows when I turn around. He's a weeping angel for me.
Dun 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 dun.
I mean, just don't turn around. Why is he coming even if you don't turn around?
Is
Are
he?
we maybe supposed to just go in a room?
Well, he killed me and then he didn't.
Closer when I move.
Yeah, maybe we should just carry on cleaning. I mean, we got a job to do.
Oh my god, don't go in the room.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh. Wait.
Green
No
button.
door here for me. Oh. What the
Blue
fuck?
button.
I couldn't hit the button.
Wait, there's no door for me.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Red button. I
Wait,
found the red button.
If you
Red
go to
button.
the empty doors. What the fuck?
Wait, I have to backtrack to the blue. The blue's not the next button.
Okay, I have
Oh, yellow
green,
button.
blue, and red.
But you can only
Oh,
click...
red as well.
Wait, there's a yellow one.
Only one button.
Yeah, there's a yellow one
What?
somewhere. Oh god, I'll
Well, red's the only one that
I
activates.
didn't hear the sound before.
I pressed the green
But
one.
I need
and
my
it
game
noise,
sound
and then-
louder.
I'm tripping, boy.
Which order?
Oh, the red one.
I got all the buttons. Oh. Is it? Oh god.
Yellow, yellow.
The door's back for me. I'm leaving.
Red.
Oh no, I'm messing up.
Good time to sip some coffee.
I'm confused.
Uh-oh. Not a good time to sip some coffee. Guys!
Yeah?
You gotta get out of there.
Oh, that's a guy again.
He's right over there, but he's not running to me right now.
He's there for me. It's an alien.
Oh, he's getting close. Mr. Shuvi, I have to go into a door.
Me too.
Oh. Oh!
Oh, there's two of them. How many
I almost got it.
do you have? One?
One more.
Do you just run to the door?
I think so. It's very dark.
Oh my god.
The door's open. Oh man, Mr. Shuvi!
I'm waiting in here.
Oh.
Wait, you going out? I thought we would wait.
Shuvi, run!
Run! Ah! Wait, we're waiting!
You think Shuvi's dead? Let me out! I lived. You made it!
Wait, he came from the other direction for me. Like
Leafeon's is on her own now.
What's up from my end? Hey, this is the park.
Well, now I can drink some coffee.
She has left, Goyo.
What?
She left.
She left.
Yeah.
You're locked in a room with an eye? Oh, she went for food.
Excuses.
So dark blue, the 7th. Alright, well, let's check out another map. Did you enjoy this one? Yeah, that's fair.
Also,
Yeah, I guess it was right.
I mean, it wasn't bad, but I
You have
not quite
preferences.
in the mood of getting scared.
You're not quite in the mood of getting scared. It's October.
Yeah, but it's Halloween is next week.
Fine, we'll go to the taco room.
Nice. Give me your taco.
The taco room. Man, I love that the word "it's" is now just Mumei's spooky face. It's very immaculate. It's very important for the lore. And by the lore, I mean it's just another one for the Oh. I don't think Juvi's gonna be convinced about this one, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Juvi. Welcome to the taco room.
This doesn't look like let me read the word description.
Well, Juvie, we're here. We should just enter the taco room. It seems fun.
This is some Five Nights at Freddy's shit.
But it's a taco.
Okay, yeah. If it's like that, then you have to accept this.
Fine, you can have a flashlight, Mr. Juvie. I can accept. Jesus Christ, this is the tallest Juvie I've seen in my life.
It's a number, I just have my height bigger. This is.
It's like old times, huh, buddy?
Yes,
Here, I could make it more nostalgic. Hold on. Alright, Mr. Juvie. Are you ready?
still loading.
Oh, alright, well.
It was
Flash.
100 MB. It's bigger than this world.
Wait, what is?
Oh, almost done. Your avatar.
Oh, nice.
Ah, now I can see you. Mr. Corky.
Alright, it's Mr. Juvie, let's go. The Taco Bell sound. This game contains flashing lights and jump scares that may not be suitable for individuals with epilepsy, heart conditions, or those prone to anxiety or panic attacks. By playing this game, you acknowledge and accept the risks associated with flashing lights, jump scares, and potential adverse reactions. I am not liable for any consequences resulting from playing this game. Yes.
You're not allowed to play this.
Hey, yes I can. Listen, we don't have to think about, you know, the bottom section.
It says
What?
go into anxiety.
I'm feeling great, Mr. Juvie, because you're here with me.
Oh, great. I feel not great because I have to be here. At least I'm here with you.
It's taco time!
The boss wasn't wrong. This place is super far out of the way.
Huh. Yo,
All I
this
have to
place
do
is
is
so
grab
far out of
the
the way, Juvie.
That's honestly not that hard.
Really dark. I can't see anything. Ah, that's right. The Koyo avatar has a lean. He's an old man now whenever I'm in full body.
1 second.
Oh, take your time.
Okay. This flashlight is made for desktop.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So, oh,
I
I...
have to hold my. What is that knife sound?
Knife sound.
Like it sounds like a guillotine is going down. Is that from your avatar?
I don't think so.
Really dark. Maybe there's a flashlight nearby. And the bathroom is where the supplies are, right?
Juvie, I found a flashlight. Oh, it's like on my head.
It's gone.
It's a head flashlight. Juvie, they have Dr. Shell and Taco Cola and milk and spice.
Better?
Does that mean I should go into the, like my... Where's this avatar?
Mr. Quail, there's a taco here.
Oh, did you want to eat it?
Mr. Quail, there's a Skyrim reference over here.
The Elder Shells 5.
Holy shit. I never saw that avatar, and I'm glad I didn't see it before.
What do you mean? You don't like it? What's wrong with it?
No, it's fine, it's fine.
What? You can't light up the whole world. Juvie, this is not okay.
The avatar with the light toggle. It's very okay.
I can't from it.
Lights, that's fine.
Alright, well, let's get moving, Juvie.
Yep.
To the restrooms. This way.
To the restroom.
Ah!
What the hell?
Down this way, Juvie. Well, I guess we go this way.
Yeah. Can't wait for the jump scare. Haha.
I can't tell if this is a hole in the wall, in the floor. Oh, it's not. What jump scare?
I mean, this is the horror, man. I think.
Oh no, Juvie, it's children.
Hello! Are you my new friend? Can you
Hello.
stay with me forever and ever?
Oh man. You think this is FNAF, Mr. Juvie?
Yeah.
Mr. Juvie, always stick to the right.
Not new sticking.
Taco taco party ya!
We made it!
Alright. Is this a
Oh.
hospital? Where's the always hospitals?
Juvie, it's the Slenderman cards.
These. Tacos! No, it says tacos. Don't eat
Tacos.
the sauce. No more tacos.
Oh, we're walled off, Mr. Juvie. There's a rat! In a rubber room!
Damn, you
Crazy?
dirty rat.
Click it.
Touches your rat. Ah, I can't.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats.
Interesting.
Rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. Rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy. Ooh. Well, this looks fun. They got little taco packet things. Probably the sauce. Little slides. That's cool. I can walk right through it. The entire thing. That's cool. Yeah.
Don't eat the sauce.
The cheese is under the sauce. Cafeteria. Tacos!
Taco Belch.
You see my taco that I'm holding?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Look tasty. I hope you enjoyed the taco. Nice. Oh, this door can't be opened.
I used to have another friend, but he went crazy. You won't go crazy too, right?
Crazy? Bathroom. Oh. Open stall. Taco. Oh. Mr. Juvie?
Uh-huh.
I don't think this is a taco place.
Don't say. Wait, okay, the door that was closed is open.
Where? You're right. Venting.
Did you click it?
I did. Let's go. Crunchy's birthday party. Mr. Juvie.
Searchlights. I have a feeling we shouldn't be hit.
I think I agree. So anything that didn't matter.
Yeah. Is that labyrinth again?
Oh man.
Domo?
Juvie, there's a child. Kill them.
Hey, children.
What? It's a banger.
I mean,
Oh man, well, I'm going in.
I'm right behind you.
Oh. 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 Well, this sure sucks, Mr. Juvie.
I hate giggling.
Mr. Juvie, you might have to lead the way. I'm not very good at directions.
Doesn't have anything to do with direction, really.
Well, I'm glad you think so, but gee, I found the way out.
It's a card room.
Wow. Oh. Juvie, which way do you want to go?
Right. I mean, the left right seems to be a dead end, and the front side also seems to be a dead end, so...
Interesting. Very good theory. Let's go to the right. Which way is Juvie?
Left.
Very good.
The right side seems to be...
Which way is Juvie? Ah!
Oh god. Taco.
Mr. Juvie?
Where's it go?
What is that? Juvie, that's armored core. That's the armored core coral. For sure. Balloons! Ah! That scare you?
No.
Oh. I got really scared.
Safety light on.
But
So that's okay.
I never made it back up, did I?
Ah! Did I get you?
Tak. Tak, kosze Zenkli, not Zenkli? Thankfully.
I got really scared.
I know you are a person that always gets scared.
Yeah, I'm really afraid.
Using guidance, but I'm not looking back.
Juvie?
This happened before, yeah?
What's with the giant hands?
Oh, this hands. I don't know. I get hungry.
I'm going into the taco room.
Me too. I'm right behind you.
I don't know if that was part of
How
the
do you feel about
part of the world or
checkered
not.
floors like this, Koyo?
Huh?
How do you feel about checkered floors like this?
It makes me think of kitchens. What about you?
I don't like it.
Was that a sound alert or was that an actual thing in the world? Well, what do you mean? You're asking me about the checkered floors, so you must have an opinion of some sort.
Yeah, I said it sucks. I don't
Oh,
like
they
it.
suck? You don't like them? Well, what if it's kind of like just a giant checkerboard if you think about, or chess?
He's coming.
Sounds like we have to run.
I'm already.
Yo! Giant taco! Run! Juvie! Keep sprinting! There's no way the taco can even fit in these halls. Are we out?
Out of here.
Do you think we're free?
Time to dive into the dumpster.
Which one?
Oh,
That's got me.
wow, that was scary. But you did great.
Oh, okay. Well, that was awesome, Mr. Juvie. Did you like that world?
I don't feel like cold.
You're not feeling the horror? Well,
I don't feel like.
man, well... Alright, well then I guess we're gonna have to do zombie survival.
I see. No.
Of course. Juvie sees zombies, he's like, yeah, oh, I'm down, I'm down. It's just zombie survival. How are we doing today, chat? How you guys doing? You having a good day? This is Wednesday. Ah, there we go. Oh. What the? Wow. VRChat! Life is good. Hi.
Hello.
We got like the Halloween edition, Mr. Juvie.
I know this.
Oh, Jesus.
Damn, the poop is nice.
Among Us! This is...
Why can't I pick up these
Nice.
weapons, Miss Goyo?
I don't know. That's a vector, right? Damn, I wish I could use a
Yeah.
vector. Reminds me of BattleBit Remastered. Cat! What's this? There's a book. Can't do anything with a book.
And the PP Bison.
Wait, there's maps, Mr. Juvie.
Damn.
Yeah, I guess it's updated.
Are these
Shaders.
games locked for Patreon or for unlocking on the map?
This is patron weapon.
Right, it's next to this Patreon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sag.
man. All these patrons.
Oh, that's okay. At least it's just cosmetics. Imagine they just like locked down an entire map.
That would be
Juvie, I can show blood 18 plus.
Damn. It's not allowed here.
This is an old holster system. You ready to give it a go?
1 second.
Very well. Take thine time.
Wait.
I'm going to the frozen
Okay,
frontier.
I'm ready. Alright.
Good luck, Mr. Juvie. Wow! Nachtduren Totten. I got one, Mr. Juvie. Don 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 don. Nice, you're rebuilding. That's a good idea. Oh, looks like I can't rebuild over here. That's right. I forgot you don't actually have to click it. They don't like pistols anymore. Juvie behind you. Juvie! Juvie! There's a nuke! There's a nuke! I'm holding it for the next turn.
Good. I got a P2000, I think. Let's go.
Kaboom.
Max ammo, Mr. Juvie.
Yeah, I have max ammo.
Max ammo.
What do you mean?
Double points.
Quickly! How do I reload this thing? Oh, what? Didn't you reload? It just didn't want to fire, I guess. Well done. This one was always fun. I think my shotgun's busted. It just reloads. Crawler, Juvie, crawler behind you! Crawler! How many points you got? I got 1725.
800.
I'm opening this. Damn, this place is
I
crazy.
got one mag left of mine.
We need a max ammo. Oh, my shotgun, like, reloads on its own. Can't believe I'm using a shotgun. It is zombies, though. You think they have a pack-a-punch? I gotta reload. Get yourself a gun, Mr. Juvie. Wait, can you not like... Are you not able to put the gun on your sides?
I had a gun on my right side and
Oh.
I had to go to my left.
I'm gonna hold on to your gun. Max ammo. Here. Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Max ammo.
Ow! Behind you. Ah! God, they slapped me really hard. 1540. I'm opening this area up here. There's an AUG. Ow! Goddamn crawler. Oh. Carpenter. Jeez. 1250 for the AUG, huh?
Destroy.
Uh-oh. Wait, boss running? Whoa! Ah! Find you! I'm dead! Dude, the Shreks killed me. I need to lower my weapon holster. I gotta run back. Oh man. I don't want a pistol. How many points do I have? 800! 29 zombies in this next run. Hey man.
No.
The Shreks killed me.
Yeah.
My AUG just didn't like functioning.
That's not good.
Yeah, Swedish fish are bussin'. You ever have Swedish fish, Mr.
Don't even
Juvie?
get money for repair.
Oh, what the hell?
I mean, most Swedish fish is just European fish, like Baltic.
I see.
But I don't like surströmming, like fermented fish.
Oh, well, I see. You don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the candy, the licorice Swedish fish. Juvie, look at this scam.
I might have had some, I might have not had them.
Oh wait, it's not a scam. I see now. Juvie, what in the what? $10,000.
That must be the escape.
It must be the way out. You're right. I think the AUG is broken. What the?
Why do you think it's broken, Graham?
Because it stopped shooting after like 3 shots. It's not like burst fire though, it's just not working. Like it just... How? No, it's just... Oh, maybe. Maybe I just need a one-handed. Yeah, I guess I got a solo hand and it's a little awkward to do though. Oh God! Juvie? Ow! Is Juvie dead? Can guns jam in this game? I think Juvie died. $2,400 points. I have a perk, I don't know what it is though. I can get back to Juvie. Slight artificial taste, but compared to like fruit roll-up, true. Oh my God, it jumps! Oh snap.
Double points.
What? Reload. Yeesh. I need a new gun. Juvie's gun is just... Uh-oh.
Fetch me their souls.
Ah, dogs! Oh! All the yellow room! Ah, Juvie! Medical alert! He dropped his gun, he's dead! Need some coffee. That was rough, Mr. Shu, I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the abandoned city. You ready? I have to lower my weapon firing volume. Good luck. Shotgun. Hey, you want to dual wield?
I don't think I can. It's like weird for me.
I think for those, if you hit the trigger, it'll let you reload. I'm not sure though. For now, you get points for repairing. Only 10. What's this? Movement speed increase. That's nice.
Carpenter.
Nice. Those dogs destroyed us. We were ravaged. Woo! Bale's here. Bale's here. Damn, imagine like a Left 4 Dead when VR chat. That'd be sick. I only got 300 points. 300, Mr. Juvie.
You bought a shotgun.
Yeah, that's true.
I get a level of fun.
Double kill. Oh god! They broke that thing insanely fast. What are you going for?
A better weapon.
Ah, very good. The shotgun sufficed for a good 12 turns until the dogs appeared and there's too many of them.
I might actually get the shotgun.
It's decent, at least for starters.
Not a shotgun.
Upgrade weapon for 4K. Wonder how the upgraded shotgun works.
Probably damage.
Why is this area just green? What is this? Huh? The zombies can't enter here. Mr. Juvie!
Yeah.
Look, there's a spawn point. We can be safe like right in here, but only for 30 seconds. Zombies can't go up here. For the 30 seconds that we have. Very interesting. Behind you! Got you, man. Carpenter! I'm going this way, Juvie. Good God! Mr. Juvie? I'm heading out.
How do I get new ammunition, Makoyo?
I don't know. I have no idea how that works. Ice cream rush. You know what? I'm getting movement speed. I can no longer buy the next area.
But we still have ammunition. How did you do that?
I still have ammo?
I thought so. I mean,
I have-
still shooting.
I have 6 out of 9.
Yeah, I have 5 left, and I bought mine after you. But you buy a new one.
What the heck? Whoa. I'm at 6 out of 5.
I'm at 0 out of 0.
Uh-oh. Where's the max ammo? This is not good news. I'm out of ammo. Oh God. They're just gonna buy a new one. I just had to buy a new one, I guess. I think Leafeon's joined. I don't know if she can just join in the game.
Maybe we should kill ourselves and...
Hey, welcome.
My VR is working.
Let's go.
Alive. Whoa,
Well, nice.
I probably still need an upgrade, but.
You just needed to cleanse
Boobies!
Oh, Jesus. Oh, good Lord. You gotta get like a world creator, Leafeons, and you need to tell him to make a Left 4 Dead VR.
Yeah, true.
Hale's here.
That's passive Hogan. That's just passive.
True. Having like spookality's already happening though.
Ah, who cares? I think
True. You should make it a PvP mode. Well, this is actually like really good in terms of this is a good zombie mode in general. I'm opening a door over here. I mean, why here?
I said door over here.
Oh. $285. What is this? Ramen buckler. Removes self-damage. What? Uh-oh.
Destroy them.
Mr. Juvie! Run! It's Shrek! Ow! Another Shrek's on the way! You got a what?
I gotta tell you something.
What? What's happening? Huh?
I might steal Fausto
What do you mean?
because I wanna play. I wanna play Dead Rising with them.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Which one?
Just make it like really early your time so that he has to wake up.
He does wake up my time. And then
Really?
my time.
He goes to sleep your time.
Well, I don't know. I see him in my chat sometimes.
Hey, what's the rank
Maybe you gotta wake up early. You gotta get Poland time.
Mr. Goyo, I don't have any reason. I don't have
We're kind of doomed right now.
Can I maybe get well, I could buy a new weapon. The Desert Eagle, yeah, that sounds.
I love having 2 shotguns and both of them are basically empty.
I don't know why I feel more confident holding it with both hands.
Mine
It
is
just
bigger
makes me
than yours.
Size doesn't matter. It's why you
Does too. Yo, there's a perk that prevents self-damage. I just figured I'd mention that. That's crazy.
What is self-damage?
I assume you can blow yourself up with a grenade launcher or something.
No, emo. Do not be emo.
I'm not taking that, even if it's ramen. I don't want it.
I can't reload my Desert Eagle.
See, I had that problem with my AUG. AUG.
Did you buy more bullets? You need to buy more.
I need more bullets.
Shot my first shot with it. I only did one.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, I got it to work though.
Yo, where are the zombies? Am I crazy?
My enemies spawning.
They're shy.
Why are they shy? I'm opening this.
I mean, there's a countdown on the bottom.
Juvie, Swift Soda.
5. Oh,
Reload and repair speed increase.
I mean, reload doesn't take
What is muscle pizza? Greatly reduces recoil. Wow, this area is awkward. You can buy ammo here, yeah. Frick! 700! That's good. I'm gonna stay near you until I can get some ammo. Beyond you, Leafeons! Oh god. How am I gonna... Make her go away! Guys, this is the worst, like, room.
I like it.
You like this room? This area?
Yeah.
If you make zombie trains, I guess, but, like, I have no ammo. This is awkward. You don't get ammo from rounds?
It's not the fault. You need your pistol, I think,
I need a gun.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
well, Mr. Gray, I could buy you a Desert Eagle.
I'd prefer if you open a new room, honestly.
Okay.
I'll find a way to survive. Maybe I need a gun. Maybe a deagle would be good. Oh, Jesus. Where are the cheap guns? Ammo refill again. Where's Caffeine Blast? Oh, it's a faster fire rate. The AUG! Don't mind me, just making some repairs. I'm at 585. Maybe I need to just go get a gun. What's this? It's all zero! Where's the max? What? Soldier! Charger! Good God! Carpenter!
Carpenter.
Gas. You have to remind me, refresh my memory which mission that is. Is that the race with Claire? Are you out of ammo? Leafion's is the only ammo person. Oh my God. You gotta run! You get a car as a reward. I guess so. What's the issue with it that you're having? Did you not get the car? Hi. All the way back for a pistol. Can you believe it?
M1911 Club.
Yeesh. With a damn pistol. I at least have points for a gun now. It doesn't spawn or show up, so the mission is stuck permanently. Oh! Rustle 'em hounds! I don't think I've ever had a problem with the gas mission, no. Yo! Nuclear! There are 5 left. Woo! Sheesh! Doesn't spawn or show up so the mission is stuck permanently? Gas, gas, gas. I feel like mine spawned. I don't think that... I never had an issue with that particular mission. 76?
Uh-huh.
Hey! New area open for me. Because I'm out of AUG ammo. Double points. I'm going in. This ain't no place for no hero.
Double points.
Max ammo! Yes! We got it! Only fix I read up is to go to an old save. Oh, that's cringe. I hate that. Molotov. You can get a recharging Molotov for 2K. Tequila. Dun 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 dun. What?
What?
What do you?
It's floating in front of me, and it's right on the. I don't know if you can see that.
I'm moving away.
Everybody a bottle. This is the one. This is the.
You get a Molotov.
Oh, it's a Molotov.
Molotov. Kalamov. Kakamov.
Cock in there.
Yeah. What's she doing? Oh, you know. Leafeon's things. I had that problem at the very end of, not the very end, but the near end of the Phantom Liberty expansion DLC. It's not an MMO, it's not an expansion. I couldn't stop crouching, so I could almost not beat the mission. I had to get a mod to fix it.
Insta-kill. Double points.
Insta-kill. Double points. Being loot again? Are you surprised? Yo! Juggernog is over here.
Max ammo.
Juggernaut?
Yeah, over here. Or, I'm sorry, it's called Chaka Life Bar.
Carpenter.
Yeah, the bugs are kind of unfortunate. I didn't have too many, honestly, when I started playing again. The biggest one had to be the one where I almost could not finish the game. That one sucked. So many carpenters, man. Molotov! Whoa! We should be able to get around the entire map now, I think. What is this? Faster fire rate. I don't want that. Okay, we cannot. We need one more area, I think.
Destroy them.
Help! Run! Oh, that's not good. Here's a shotgun. Leafeons! Take the shotty! I dodged. What? That was not that hard of a round at all. Ah! Where even are we? M16. Yeah, I shouldn't have just bought this, honestly. That was stupid of me. Okay, this is good. This is where I wanted to end up. Yeah. Be careful, Juvie! Charger! I don't have any ammo left, man. Oh, that's it. Ammo dead. I'll happily take my shotgun. What is this? Oh. Wait, this place is way better. Ammo refills here. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit. We got like a minute. Coffee time. I'm going in. I'm going in. Bill's here. What's this? Oh. Okay, I see now.
Can see clearly now. Oh, we're back here.
Stop. Don't move, Mr. Juvie. The line has been crossed.
Don't boo-boo with this boo-boo.
Oh,
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Me when I Havidi or Khedivis. Haha. Haha. There's an area over here that we can enter. Oh, I see. It just all connects. I understand. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, just
Yo, shotgun headshots are still really. Oh, yeah. Why are we in here? Insta kill. Yo, reload, bro. $9.40. Insta kill's gone. How do you refill ammo? Wicked. Where are my friends?
hello.
Hello, Gergooby. What is that gun?
Upgraded P90.
Oh.
600 ammo.
600. I need to upgrade my AUG. First one I need to do is get this hair out of my face. Right here. I just bought ammo.
Oh, I should have.
Man.
Ma'am. Contain yourself, man.
I'm getting the freak out of here, man. Good God! These goddamn spitters! Jesus! That thing sounds nice, I gotta say. I gotta work my way towards that. Nice!
When my ammo gets redone.
Is honestly a great idea. It's so helpful when it clumps and it refills.
Wait, what does?
The
Molotov.
Oh.
Yeah, man, this is so nice. I have 4,000 again, what?
What the hell, man? I got 2270. I need some ammo.
I get so much value out of this.
I need to upgrade my gun. Trying to like make a better angle because I'm covering a lot of what I'm shooting at and stuff. Wonder if like an above view, but like sort of angled would be better. These goddamn spitters.
Insta kill.
I wanna recommend when it's insta-kill.
No. Oh my god. Reload!
Insta kill.
Again?
Double points. Fetch me their souls.
Oh! Oh my god. I am the ocean, I am the sea. There's a world inside of me. Yo, reload, damn it! Damn, Molotovs are great for these. Yo. I've got murder music in my ears. Old yeller 'em, boys.
Carpenter.
Zit'll be bumping 'em.
Ooh, get the Molotov. Get it, it's so OP. I got like 4,400 now from just Molotov dumping. Crazy.
Crazy.
Oh, sorry.
I have to go upgrade my AUG. Where do I upgrade? Is it just in spawn?
And spawn and
I'm going that way. Wish me luck. Yeah, banger. Dane, a pleasure to be seeing you today. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! What, it got a silencer? Bloody you! Bobber!
Oh damn!
Bobber! Ew! Nah, I'd be feeling OP with 200 HP. Bobber!
You make sure you
Make sure what?
upgrade your so unlimited and you get like a scope. What do we?
I need to get more.
I gotta say, Mr. Juvi, the AUG upgraded is not worth it. You get a silencer, it sounds silence. You get a scope, but the scope's kinda pooper schnoop.
Yeah, I also got the AUG upgrade to it.
Are you not a fan of it? Erm is founded, the Deep Stone Crypt. Thanks for the max ammo! Thanks for the glizzies! Thanks for the glizzies! I have to, Shadow is a money gang, yeah. Me when I can hear because I lowered the gun shooting volume. Hi, it's me, Aiko, and I can hear now because I lowered the gun shooting volume. Woohoo! Oh! Zip it up, bam it up. Oh! Mojo Jojo. Did you upgrade the shotgun? How is it? Tell me right now. Ow! Ooh! Who shot the gun? Who done did it? I feel powerful! What's up, Mr. Juvi?
That's okay. Oh, it's this morning. Nice.
And you don't seem to understand. I got 5.8k, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna buy a gun and I'm gonna upgrade that gun. What is this? Well, hello. Next Gen CN, it's very good to see you here. Domo. I can upgrade my weapon over here. Hasaki. Hello. Next Gen CN, hello. How are you? Thank you. Damn, how is this gonna be upgraded? Hello, Mr. Hello, guys. What? They just upgraded my pistol, not my P90? My freaking P90! It didn't upgrade. My pistol did instead. This is so sad.
Max ammo.
Having the happies? Yippee!
No.
Maximum ammo!
Max ammo.
I'm really sad to say my pistol upgraded instead of my, instead of my P90.
Did you
I have Molly. I'm full buy, by the way. I have weapons.
I'm working on it. They've been schmeckeldorfed! Molotov cocktail!
Carpenter.
Ow! Dude, this is crazy! What's this?
Where's that tiger tank with first position?
I don't really know. Why can't we use it? You think it's decommissioned?
my shotgun?
Okay, if you decommission a tank, you don't move through it on the tank.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not exactly a tank expert, you know?
I mean,
Girls in Panzer. Carpenter!
Carpenter.
Wow! Aoni hana kara. Bobber.
Jezik.
I'm not gonna like where my head is starting to grab.
Yeah, my right hand is kind of like suffering. I'm trying to grasp it a little bit less tight.
Carpenter.
Yeah, carpenter. Tails here.
Who Molotov?
Prepare the Molotov!
Are we going in the other
I have 1150 points. I need more.
Are we going in the other area?
Haha. I have burned him alive. And next, the world.
I unlocked the other area if you wanted to go that
You
way.
wired?
I don't know. I unlocked the area that way.
You open?
Yes.
Why my voice is
Is
so
the
quiet? I
Jezik
fix it.
hedgehog-
Oh.
is the Jezik hedgehog or-
Wait, where does this take us? What the hell?
Oh.
Hey, dude. Gasoline. Dude, guys, there's a be careful banana.
Don't.
Be careful a banana.
Spawn, return, and keep your other perks.
Yo, there's a
Random
racist.
weapon.
There's a racist. There's a racist.
Wait, look, box. Wart.
There's a racist.
I'm racing. I'm racist. How?
Damn, he's actually in the car.
Yeah. How's he alive? He's probably dead. That's so sad.
Fossilized.
Dude, apple.
Banana skin.
Toilet! Skibbity! Ow, why you did that?
I'm gonna waste a fucking shot for that.
You don't like Skibidi Toilet?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Good.
No.
Good.
No.
Jerzy.
Skibidi Toilet. You or no? Say yes.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Very
Yes,
good. Dude, what's with this plane? This is not zombie fighting music. It's pissing me off. And all I am is a man. Ow, my side. They just got Chinese food boxes down here and stuff.
There's a new area that way as well.
Burger. Holy smokes! Who threw a pipe? There's UV! I'm scared! Don't have time for what?
To take off my VR headset.
Why are you taking it off?
I need to take off my pullover because it's like...
Ah.
I'm sweating like crazy.
Yeah, my window's wide open. It's too hot today.
Max ammo.
Juvie, no! We can't let him die.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. You might have gotten hit once or twice, though. I'm sorry. There was a charger.
Oh man.
Wasn't me. I want to upgrade my weapon. Oh, I'm only at 3K. Pathetic. Whew! One more zombie left somewhere, in it.
Wait.
I'm actually not how much damage I did. Because my P90 felt really strong.
I think I'm gonna upgrade my P90.
It feels really good.
I'm almost at it. I'm at 38, 35.
Deja vu. We were here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that
Saboteur! Ugh. Why are you laughing? Ugh. Ow, why is my eye stabbing? I think my contact lens is angry.
Max ammo.
Oh yeah. Ow. Hello. I have upgraded my ow.
Does it?
It feels really good. Way better than the AUG.
Insta-kill.
Oh, nice. We're gonna have Ghost of the Day next round. I'll give him my AUG.
Ammo! Oh no, it's dead.
No! Quickly! Hello! Take this! It's better.
Oh, thank you.
Watch out, dude.
Hello. Oh.
Hand on the gun.
Patreon.
Oh, it's Patreon.
Sag. Ah! I've decided I need to change my hand of firing. Ow. My hand's done. I have to. I switched to my left hand, Mr. Juvie. Where's it going? Why you no reload?
Insta-kill.
Wallahi. Shotgun. I kind of want to upgrade it and see how it goes. Man, shotguns are really strong still, Mr. Juvie.
Carpenter.
I'm gonna upgrade it and see how it goes. Okay, maybe they're not that strong. That took 3 headshots. Hydrate. Are you /J'ing me right now?
Fetch me there.
Ooh, doggos!
Mine is on cooldown.
Mine is also on cooldown. Nuclear! Yeah.
Carpenter.
Oh. Shotgun's pretty good, Mr. Juvie. It do be one-shotting the dogs.
Insta-kill.
So does this, though. No, my pistol. Reloading! This is a long dog round. There's 25 more of these guys. Wait, did the ghost die? Oh no. Wait, did Juvie die? Everyone dead? Les fonds. Where is everyone?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Juvie's here. Where's the host?
His ghost dead.
Ghost dead? Why? Well, the AUG isn't on the ground, so I'm going to assume.
He should have respawned when he died. That's over here.
True.
So he clearly is.
He's out there somewhere. Zombie surviving. He's a lone wolf. Oh, I missed my shotgun shot. That's embarrassing. What round are we on? 29. Okay, I have to hydrate. Quickly. Thank you for your defenses. I appreciate it. Pierogis. Ow! What an awkward spot for a Molotov.
Carpenter.
You're not what?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel like it's getting harder.
I think our guns are just too good. I feel like they should have added a round where it's dogs and zombies. Yo, those zombies just broke through a barrier to break through a barrier. That was crazy.
Double points.
Dabble. Wait, I'm actually running out of shotgun ammo. That's crazy.
This is getting boring.
Can you like double upgrade or no? Have you tried?
No. Yeah.
I see. I see. I'm gonna go buy a different gun then. What gun do I want to upgrade? What's this?
I don't know.
Faster fire rate.
Good one. Which shotgun did you
Just the base
get,
shotgun.
the M10?
I think so.
To the other shotgun?
Where are all the good guns, Mr. Juvie?
The shotgun was if you continue here.
P90. P90 is very good. What is this? Oh, this is the self-damage. M10. Two-shotting with no upgrades. Pretty good. The dual shotgun gaming. Huh?
Wait, why can you carry two guns?
What do you mean? Are you not able to?
Carpenter. Insta-kill.
I was always able to. Did you do one-handed mode?
No. I mean, I have to reload with the left hand.
Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. I don't really know how it works.
Carpenter.
What round are we on? 30?
30.
I gotta say, we've gotten to a point where it's too easy. Sold out! How?
What?
Oops.
What the flip? What in the Betty Crocker? It is so goddamn hot in this room. The weather's gotten worse again.
My fingers are cramping, Mr. Goyo.
Mr. Juvie, I might pass out from the heat. So if you don't forget me, alright? If the zombies eat me, just I may not last more than 10 minutes. It's almost over for me. Forever. Who even needs recoil reduction when there's none anyway? My shotgun's run out of ammo. My first one. Fire rate increase seems kind of silly. You have it? My shotgun just missed every shot. It wasn't me, it was my shotgun. Yeah. It sounds like some boy band song. I'm over it. You know what's funny is this is my playlist and I don't recognize half the songs that are playing. Like, I've never added this. Ow! Things are shaping up to be pretty odd.
Double points.
Wicked.
Carpenter.
Wicked. I can't feel my right hand anymore. Wait, you can get a ray gun. I just got a Glock. Are you /Jing? Yo, Yo, you can get a ray gun though. I'm staying here and spending all my money. Juvie, we can get a ray gun.
Yo. We can?
And a chainsaw. I'm gonna work towards it. What'd you get?
I got a Scar. No, an M4.
Destroy them.
We're gonna die. This is our final stand, Mr. Juvie.
Okay. Let's stand together on our final stand.
You think we're gonna die?
It looks like the bad guys because I'm here.
They're all just attacking Leaf and Ghost.
They can handle themselves.
My god. I guess you can say you left them for dead. Eh. Ah.
I mean, the big guys are still alive because the music is still playing.
I guess they have to deal with the Shreks and we just chill here. Yeah, I mean, headshots with a shotgun still one hit, so I don't know if things are getting any more difficult. Ray gun, ray gun, ray.
M4.
Your turn, Juvie. Oh, you got the chainsaw!
Chainsaw.
You can be Chainsaw Man.
I can't grab it.
You're not gonna.
I don't want to talk about P90.
That's 200 ammo. Rev it! Yeah! Can I upgrade this? How did that even happen? What would happen if I upgrade a chainsaw? Imagine it gets a sight.
There's only 6 zombies left.
Huh?
And 1 or 2. I said there's only 7 zombies left, and 1 or 2, 4. Okay, our guys are still alive.
Oh man.
They're killing stuff.
I want to bring him to the box.
Insta kill.
They did it.
Where are they? I don't know where they are, Mr. Juvie.
How am I supposed to know where they are?
I don't know. Itai.
They would have respawned. It would be funny if they are on the other side of the map and we are circling around in a big circle.
Nanimo. Oh, Mada. Rest in peace. What if they're trying to find us and we're trying to find them? I'm going back to the box. Happy, lucky, konnichiwa, baby. Dude, wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Okay, I have 20 seconds. Perfect timing. I'm gonna turn on my AC. Mr. Juvie, I'm dying.
Me too. All I did it.
The end times are here, Mr. Juvie. The heat is just too strong. I no longer have the power. With 4 seconds left to spare, I'm ready for battle. Once I find my spot in the world. Oh, I don't know where they are. Zombie! Ah! Where'd he go? Double points. Juvie? This thing shoots. I'm at 69 ammo, it's doomed.
Yeah, it's need some.
Oh man. I'm at 55. Think we'll find him on the way?
I mean, we are already here, so probably not.
Oh man. Oh. What the? Stinky trash panda? Who's that? No, UV!
Carpenter.
Proxy, thanks for gifting us up the stinky trash panda. I don't know who that is. It's not me. I smell great. You what?
Ow!
Ow!
It's expensive to
Get ammo.
Well, how much does it cost you?
Carpenter.
I just want to see if the I want to see if the chainsaw upgrades. Ow! My gun's bugged and it keeps reloading on its own. Oh my god, there you are! Yeah, the spawn area? Guys, I got a chainsaw. Or was Juvie got a chainsaw and didn't want it, so I got his chainsaw. I want to upgrade it. Also, there's a mystery box down that way.
Wait, which way?
Where you came from. Towards the gas station.
I need to head off anyway, so I'm gonna go spend all my points on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll leave you guys weapons over there if you...
Goodbye, Ghost of the Dance.
Goodbye, good luck.
It's been an honor.
Likewise, I'm dropping my weapons too. They're out of ammo.
Quickly. Oh, a Glock. Oh. Yo, what is that?
Oh,
Bubble gun.
That's the lead. Oh.
What?
Oh, that's cute. Go and try it. I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna.
Oh, it leaves bubbles behind.
What? Drop another one the other side.
Double points.
Bubble gun 2.
It might be more.
Goodbye. Thanks for the free weapons.
Here you go.
Ray gun. He got a ray gun. Oh, Jesus. You got all the lucky rolls. Ghost just died. Huh?
The bubble gun makes it like.
I have to go upgrade the ray gun. It only does 150 per hit right now.
Kaboom.
Res me, I have a ray gun.
Oh, God.
Ghost of Dane got us weapons. Oh god, the ray gun sucks.
Max ammo.
Super bubbles. Ow, he bit my ankles. Paramore. Paramore, ankle biters. That's a song.
Insta kill.
Ow!
Ouchie.
Owie! It hurted. The ray gun is like 35 per hit. It's honestly not that crazy. And it's upgraded.
You wanna try the super bubble?
The what?
The super bubble gun. It's like
Super
total.
bubble?
Just-
Quickly, have the ray gun. $800 ammo. Bro, it's like a minefield. They just explode in here. That's crazy. Ow!
On my point, like I don't see the bubbles when you hold it. I just
Yeah.
see white dribbles spilling out. Do you want these?
Honestly, I don't even think I'll use it. The ray gun's kind of... It ain't that crazy. Yeah. The bubble thing's insane. It's a little minefield. Oh, I guess it's a 2-shot headshot for a pistol, but it's a ray gun. It's supposed to be one-shotting everything. Jockey, jockey! Oh, that's the wrong game, sorry. Jockey, jockey! Ow! Oh! I am Chainsaw Man. Oh. Shred-tacular, my bros. Ho ho ho. Sadly, chainsaw, as good as it is, has no ammo, even when you upgrade it. Huh?
I don't know. Is there like a bazooka or something?
I think so. It's in the box. Yo. Ow. Another ray gun.
I'm gonna upgrade.
Insta-kill.
No. There's no way for me to reload both ray guns. This is so sad. Chainsaw! Wait, sometimes they reload my guns on their own. How's it looking, Mr. GV?
Bad. I'm out of ammo.
Bubble!
Fetch me their
Uh-oh.
souls.
Get ready for dog. What's in the box? Please reload! Yes. Everything good, Mr. Juvie? Mr. Juvie! We lost him!
Max ammo.
Got so many max ammos. Are you accepting death? Mr. Juvie, you can't do this! He's giving up! Juvie, an AK, look! AK-47! Juvie, look! Oh, that's stupid. I don't have more ammo. Or money. Get the RPG, Mr. Juvie. What's that? Another AK. Juvie, get an RPG. Hey, what is this? I need more funding.
Max ammo. Carpenter.
Reloading takes forever.
Double points.
Reload, damn you! Look at all these guns! Yo, I got it! Well, I think it's time we accept defeat. That will take a while. Do anyone have 4K points?
I do.
Take it!
Double points.
Our final mission. Upgrade the RPGs.
Double points.
Big boom.
How much ammo does it have?
100.
100? What?
What was that?
You didn't even upgrade it, Mr. Juvie.
How did I
Huh?
You didn't upgrade the gun.
take it back?
I just wanted to see what.
You take it back.
Joker.
What do you mean, Joker?
I made a big.
How do you
Oh.
maybe-
It burst fires. Good lord.
Okay, I have enough money now. Got me the.
Oh, that's not the gun. Do you think I can self-damage and die with this? Ha! We might just die at this rate on without Sudoku.
Reload.
You have to click the missile. How did they give this thing 100 shots? That's ridiculous. Juvie! What's wrong? What? I'm out of ammo, Mr. Juvie. It's over. It's over, Mr. Juvie. Juvie, the missile. You click the missile. It's in front. Did Leafeons die? Damn, it is just only Rush Bros, dude. Look at this. Ow. Is Juvie dead? Is everyone dead? It's the end of the world as we know it. Wait, direct hits are cringe. These things just die instantly if you shoot the ground. Trying to spend all my money before I die. This is way more difficult. I think it got difficult. We got like rushers and spitters everywhere. I think it's just the number of zombies that have spawned, honestly. That's it? For an LMG? Just die, please. I have to spend my money, Mr. Juvie. Don't worry, I'm almost there. Everyone died. Alright. I have 3K more. Chainsaw, and my last purchase. Uh. uh. Where are the... Didn't I have another RPG with ammo? I guess they timed out. It's Jover. They're back in the game. Yeah, looks brutal, man.
Really.
Hi.
Wait until we respawn.
Well, I was trying to die, but then they died because of the timer, I guess.
Yeah.
Proxy gifted a sub, but he's streaming. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Multitasking. I mean, as far as I can tell, Proxy only streams mobile games, so
He's playing the gacha game. Actually, I don't know what he could be playing Final Fantasy 14 though.
really, I only ever saw Proxy play Japanese mobile games.
Carpenter.
She's doing well at surviving. No, he plays a lot of Final
Yeah, he
Fantasy
does.
as well.
Never saw him on stream. I mean, I only see it when you rate him.
I see. Well, this was fun, Mr. Juvie. Let's never do it again.
I mean, it was fun if we didn't do it for, I don't know,
39 rounds. Zombie strength's at 100%, Mr. Juvie. I guess that's the strongest they get. It's just like they spawn a lot, and then so you get like a ton of chargers and spinners after, but honestly, it doesn't feel that crazy. I'm out of water. Die, please. Well, we've been at it for 39 rounds, you know? 39 rounds.
Defense better does not let the timer run out.
Can't believe you told me to die, Mr. Evie.
I'm sorry, it was a special circumstance. I'm sad to God if he makes it.
There's no way.
She's freezing.
Whoa, they disappear?
She's freezing. No, they just respawn a few feet.
Oh.
back.
That's so funny. Hello, Leaf Lions. You can feel free to die if you want. Juvie's done. He doesn't want to get to round 100 like a gamer.
Did you call her?
Huh?
Why did you talk to her?
Oh, well, she said something in chat, so she might have heard. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Oh, my knees.
What a random word to know.
What?
Knee.
Yeah, knees. My knees.
That's yeah. I mean, it's not like it's not almost the same as in English, but my fingers, I can't.
I am quite glad that part is over. Having to do that. Sorry. I was killing the cat. Ugh. Glizzy Gobbler. Oh, hello.
No.
Wait, you can actually tilt it. I didn't realize that.
Tilt what?
The camera. Felt like trying? Get the dub. Solo Ops Leafeons. There are 73 goblins, zombies left. Rena, thank you for 55 months. Thanks.
Oh, playing. SMH.
What men? Yo, what are you moving for?
Oh, the charger got me.
You got chargered? Oh yeah, you don't have
That was. No, I was trying to like grind to get my Molotovs, and then I could have wiped them out, but I was so close. That was fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, that's fun to do solo. Like, give yourself just like a pistol and a deagle, and you're like, it's so fun. It's so satisfying. I don't know. It's nice.
How much money did you make, Oyo?
How do I see that?
It says so on your personal stats.
My.
It says team stats, round reach, infected kill, and then personal stats, damage dealt, money earned. Over start game.
Oh, 66,990.
Fuck you. 58,000.
I have 75.
75. He hacked.
Mm-hmm. And 150,000 damage dealt.
Camera control is so cool.
Yeah. You can put like fancy cam and take pictures. Juvie, that is not appropriate.
What was he doing?
Juvie before we died, like he was like, I can't find the tip. Goyo, Mr. Goyo, I can't find the tip.
Is this true, Mr. Juvie?
I can't figure out how to reload. Yeah.
Because the RPG is trying to reload.
I can't find a tip.
Because
Unbelievable, Mr. Juvie. The things I have to hear you say.
But I couldn't reload.
What is R3 cross discs?
Resident Evil.
What is this? What? What the hell? It's battle discs. It's multiple battle discs. What the hell?
Oh shit, it's an arena. Gotta bring
Tournament
pieces here.
arena.
Wow.
It's such a shame that I'll beat her though.
Keys Rolls is dead.
Yeah, cause I fucking killed her.
What? NPC? What? Leave mode. Time attack. Look.
Will you ever spliff?
Spliff.
Are you
I was fixing my camera. I'm going in. Oh god.
We doing a side?
Spliff! Everyone join.
I can't. Oh, I can't.
That's fine. That's
Oh, is it
you guys
not?
are like hot dog.
Wait, but it's supposed to be spliff.
What is believe?
It's team spliff?
I think it's just the only way it can display it.
Oh, maybe. I'm changing my disc color. Oh, what a hell! Ah! Ha 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 ha! Spliff!
I don't know not spliff. Spliff is still like a new concept to me.
It means the ground goes away.
Spliff! Mr. Juvie, getting spliff.
I am in. What are you talking?
Oh, you're on the other side. Oh, my full body like disconnected. How are you doing that? He's flying!
What? Oh, is he jumping?
Am I in the wrong... Where am I in my room?
Are you on the same team because you're both short for me, or are you thing?
What?
No, we were not in the. It's a free for all.
Oh, okay.
Also, Korea is yellow.
What are you doing?
I tried to
is
check for
morphing inside of my
colorblindness.
brain.
There's NPCs?
Oh, okay. Dude.
Poop inside the brain.
What the hell?
They're bringing her back from the dead.
Where's NPC? What? Oh my god! GV, I died.
The
GV, I died!
Damn, this
What are you? AI Raven!
He's killing us! He's good!
What the hell?
Got him.
Where Leafeons go?
This guy isn't
Ah! I'm getting
Let
florped.
him eat, man. If you let yourself eat one more time, it's over.
GV? How are you flying?
I'm just that good. He won! Gave me lots of bot.
You chose AI Raven. You chose the highest level bot.
Yeah, I thought we would be good enough,
From your
but...
failure, you have to keep going against it.
Why aren't you playing?
I forgot to click it.
He's good at something.
Oh dear. Oh god, something's up with my tracking right now. Where's my AI robot? Ah! He's freaking flying!
I have the high ground, Koyo.
Hackers! You're freaking cheating! Haha! No!
Oh! Good job. Jumping hex win once again. I'm just too strong. Whee!
This is not very spleef, Juvie. This is not very spleef.
Can't join.
Why?
Oh.
Huh.
This is fine. This is fine.
She doesn't get an NPC.
I don't get it. You should get NPC.
Ah, I see.
Ugh.
I found your fly hacks, Mr. Juvie.
How could you? Did you finally read the settings?
Yeah. I did it! I exploited it! Ha ha! Oh, you guys are so doomed next time. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Juvie, this is unfair.
What? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Get out of here, Juvie.
That was a warm up. That was a warm up.
sorry.
Sorry.
Time attack.
I don't know, I'm giving it a shot. Oh, what?
Boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Boobies.
Booby.
Goodbye, Juvie. What?
Oh, this is the time attack thing. This is training mode. I was very careful to smack my head. I feel like my aim button that it will have like thrown, but
Oh no. You're getting destroyed.
Well,
he used to do this all the time, and something just like this, just the practice. I just gotta know what throw to do.
I mean, I think it would be I can't speak. Forget it.
Zip-a-dum, bam.
I got a message on my phone. Did he die? Oh, it was Discord. Never mind.
What? Is it over?
Why are you not getting out? The time is still going.
Well, there's a minute left.
The time is
Oh,
going
no.
up and down. Well, have fun being stuck. No, I can't.
Try to get
There's
one
a
for
button here,
corners.
Goyo, that says... Mr. Goyo.
Yeah.
Oh, reset. There's a reset.
Well, alright then. Mr. Juvie! Dirty play. Chicago, Chicago. Ow! Haha.
Yeah.
Oh ho ho. Oh!
Damn.
Hey, we don't need your commentary, Mr. Juvie. That's insulting.
I just Damn. I guess that is a comment.
It's hard to throw these sometimes. They're a little weird.
Damn.
Juvie, beat his ass. Send him back to Poland.
Right. Send it back to Poland. Damn, that's... Damn. I don't know, ma'am.
Juvie! You will not hack in my turf. In my turf. This is my turf. You can't hack. Hey! My Hero tier list again. Next season.
Oh man! This guy's good.
Ow! Freaking fly hacker! They're using cheat engine!
Not like I'm jumping.
Yeah, I jumped right into that one.
Oh, damn.
Oh! You freaking fly hacker! I'll take you down! When will you learn?
I did it. With jumping hack.
I will kill you.
You should fight one of the hard NPCs.
The NPC is scary.
Yeah,
NPC is scary.
Hey!
Oh, I didn't even jump.
Oh, my tracker's broken. My one leg works, the other one doesn't.
He's finished.
Ow!
Damn. Oh. Oh well.
Oh ho ho. There is hair in my ass. Where is this hair even coming from?
Your ass.
Can I 1v1 a bot? What did you said? Oh god!
You're getting too
Reset it! Help!
Hey.
Plonker!
Damn. Think of them as Tic Tacs and think that you really hate Tic Tacs. There you go.
This guy is insane.
Cracked from. Oh my god. Yo,
Oh,
cracked.
wait, what is all this stuff holding down? What's up there before?
Damn.
Ah, good job, man. Yeah,
Get
I
out
think
of
I'm
my
done for
head.
today.
Crack hoof.
Crack hoof.
Crack whore. Crack whore.
What? Mr. Juvie? What are you trying to say? Is he getting off?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Why?
Oh. Oh.
Your birthday?
Yeah, it's perfect. Meine. Okay.
Leave the E. It's mine. Never yours.
Huh?
You said you don't said my name.
Oh, mine. Okay.
Oh, what? It's 4 to 4.
When you talk about a female.
Oh, the direct smack in the head. Jesus Christ.
Yo! Look down there. You're killing stuff.
Okay, Mr. Koi.
Very well, Mr. Juvie.
I'm hopping off.
Good night, Mr. Juvie.
Good
night.
I can't remember how to speak German. Good Nacht.
Gute Nacht. Good Nacht.
Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht.
Goodbye, Mr. Juvie. Good luck in the waking world.
Verencitic. Verencitic. He's not
Damn.
in Avanavana. His dead bodies.
There's dead bodies. Oh, what the? What the
Yeah,
hell?
every time he killed someone, more spawned there. I don't know what that was. I don't know.
What a peculiar thing.
Now,
Peculiar in it.
Are you food?
I want
Are you
to,
food?
but I want to do another round. These bots piss me off.
Okay.
Pissing me off, this bot. What? How you're hacking? Damn. I beat 2, I can't beat 1. Ow. He's cheating! Bruv. I'm gonna get 5-0'd. Okay, well, at least not 5-0. Oh, my face! Hacker.
Oh, it's every time someone wins.
Oh, it's like a winner counter?
There's a thing.
Oh, my neck! I would be dead at IRL for that. Wait, this AI is insane. That thing's crazy. Dick.
Damn.
Nah, that hit you, bro. Nah, there's no way, dude. There's no, that hit him, dude. Nah. Bro, he's cheating. Hitbox diff.
Bro, he's like toxic. He's a toxic personality. There you go.
He's he's gonna win.
Nah, the comebacks. You don't want to win. You gotta get it.
No!
No, it's your training arc. You gotta go on a montage. You gotta binge train the little training level. You gotta beat the shit out of people. And you could come back, boss fight, meet him on the top of the cliff, and kill him.
But first dinner.
True. You need
Yep.
meats. You need the proteins. And then you do 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups,
I can do
500 squats.
30 push-ups, and then I'll fall and die.
That's a good level. You
Strong!
get a stomach pain. Bro, I'm already gonna get food poisoning in the morning.
Why?
I ate chicken and I looked at it and it looked like there was blood in it. I was like, okay,
Bruv.
Bulgars. I just fixed my PC. Now it's time for my food poisoning arc. I've had so much
OPM
bad
levels.
luck lately. I feel like someone's out to get me. Something's
They're
gonna
on the way.
do something. But yeah.
Okay, goodbye. I go eat.
Goodbye.
Gamers! Minecon enthusiasts. All of ya. Hope you enjoyed. Wait. The song will go in a second. I think. I'll just mute it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching today's stream. But if you brush your teeth with the jazz, I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. But until then, be sure to join my Discord, follow my socials. I would greatly appreciate it. Movie night this Saturday at 4 p.m. EST. If you are looking to watch Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, we will be watching that. If not, understandable. Have a nice day. Hope your Saturdays go poggers. I might stream Saturday at 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. because then we have movie night at 4 p.m. I don't know yet. I might even stream an hour earlier so we get the 4-hour stream in on Saturday. We'll see. But thank you guys for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. If you're free, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Join the Discord, follow my socials. I already said that, but you know. And tomorrow I will see you all. Yes? Yes? I see you tomorrow or no? Okay. Tomorrow's a Thursday. I don't know what to do on Thursdays. Usually it's just a solo world unless people want to hang out. It's like half and half. Or it could be variety. I don't know. We'll see what happens. tomorrow. How I feel. That's all I got. I don't have really any announcements, so I'm just gonna go find someone to raid real quick. So stay for the raid, and then feel free to Waking World Burger. Who we got? Who we got? I have a couple of options here. I'm getting my revenge on Proxy. Because he gifted me a sub while streaming. Or he gifted someone, Stinky Trash Panda, he gifted it while streaming. So what the flip? They're playing Rainbow Six Siege. Go make him angry. Super mad. Yeah. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. The song's about to end, I think, so I'm just gonna go and click the raid button. But you know, I just want to. Bye. Goodbye. I hear myself.